Good morning, everyone. YouTube says we're live. StreamYard says we're live, but I'm going to go double check on YouTube and make sure we're actually live. We are. Okay, cool. Everything's working the way it's supposed to. Yay, I love it when that happens. Good morning. Hello. Welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, my name is Skye. I am a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance under the name SD Hegyes, and I am super freaking tired right now. If you don't know, I work nights. And yesterday there was a bunch of stuff going on with the kids. We went to the swimming pool, we went to the library, but all of that was before something that was actually scheduled and planned, which was a small animal showmanship clinic for 4-H. And it was only supposed to last an hour, hour and a half, and it lasted 2 hours. So I probably should have napped during the whole entire of that thing, but I didn't. I just napped part of it. And then I came home and I napped some more before I went to work, which means I went into work later than I had originally wanted to go in. And then I got off later than I originally wanted to get off, which means I haven't gotten a lot of sleep this morning. So I'm super tired, but I'm here. It is day 5 of the 7-day book challenge. Yesterday, I was working on the second story that I wanted to work on for this challenge. I wanted to do 2 to 3 stories during the whole of this challenge. And I can now say I have completed 2 of the ones I wanted to work on. So I just have one more left to complete, and I will have surpassed my goal, because I think legit in the sign up sheet, which is available in the description if you're interested in checking that out, is I think I put on there that I only wanted to work on story number 2 and 3 for the series, because the first one's already finished, done, and complete. And I've done that. So I finished the third story yesterday, the second story of this challenge, third story in that series. And yeah, I don't know. I want to work on the next story. I have some ideas percolating in my head. However, because I'm so tired right now and my head is hurting and it's raining outside. The rain has nothing to do with it. I'm just using an excuse. I'm definitely not going to be working on it during the first sprint. And I don't know if I'm just going to take a chill day. So the way this challenge has worked so far, for at least for me, is that I worked on the first of the stories I wanted to work on day 1. I hit 10K during that day. I finished that story during that day. And then the next day, I kind of futzed around and did lots of planning for the rest of the stories and setting up documents and stuff like that without actually working on the next story. And then day 3 and day 4, I worked on and finished the third story in the series, the second story of this challenge. So, yeah, the headache is just due. Good morning, Dark Project. The headache is literally just due to the fact that I haven't had enough sleep yet. And after this live stream's over, no matter where I am in writing, I am going my happy ass back to bed, because I do have work again tonight. But hopefully, again, I'll go in earlier like I want to. I'm only scheduled for half days this week. And in my head, the way I wanted to do it was that I would go in at my earlier time and then get off earlier so I can come home and sleep longer before stuff. Yesterday was one of those days where that did not happen. I ended up coming in at like the half my mark of my normal shift and then came home. So yeah, that's the only reason I have a headache, is because the fact that I have not had enough sleep yet, and I have no caffeine. So I'm gonna have to go fix that problem too. And I do have a monster addiction. I drink like a monster a day. But for the past 3 days, because usually what happens is I'll take a monster with me to work and I will drink my monster at work. And I have not drank a monster nope, I haven't drank a monster all week except Monday. So that might be causing the headache too. It's Friday. I've gone 4 days without a monster, which is very unusual. They're sitting on my shelf like I have no reason. And today I'm going to be drinking one because I friggin' need it right now. But I think that might be it too, because I'm so used to having at least one monster a day. This is a caffeine / lack of sleep headache. So it will go away. It's just a matter of me getting the things I need in order to make it go away. But anyways, okay, so what are we doing? Sprints. We're going to do 6 25-minute sprints. I've got this lovely timer on the screen right here with the kitty cat that keeps blinking at us, and she meows every once in a while when we hit timers. Anyways, she's set for 25-minute sprints with 5-minute breaks in between. We're going to do those. And during the sprint, I like to put writing prompts on the screen for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about. Hopefully, I'll give you some inspiration. So let's go ahead. We are 6 minutes into this stream. I started a little bit later than I wanted to, but we are going to hop right into the first sprint. I am really proud of myself because all week this week, as soon as I finished the live stream, I went ahead and put the dialogue prompts in for the next day's stream. So when I've gotten up in the morning, all I've had to do is like log into StreamYard, turn on the camera, put the little scrolly banner on the bottom and find my timer, and that's it. I'm like, oh, thank God. It makes things so much easier. All right, we're going to start this first sprint. I'm going to go get some caffeine, and we're going to start as soon as I find my timer window. There we go. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, that is time. Let me know how you did, what you did in the comments. I managed to get some caffeine. I managed to open my documents, managed to get everything set up. And I wrote 100-ish words. Hold on, I can tell you exactly how many. 105 words. So you know what? I will take it. That's better than I thought I was going to do, because I honestly didn't think I was going to write any words, not only for the sprint, but like for the stream. I was convinced that because I feel like crap and because I finished up the story number 3 yesterday, I was like, yeah, today's not going to be a very big writing day. And it still might. I might not get a lot of words written today, but I'll take every single word I can get. Let me put this note in here that I started the story. Which one is this? SS4. Okay. Okay, I can put that I'm working on SS4 at the top. SS4. All right, I promise I'm not ignoring you. I mean, I kind of am, but I'm not doing it on purpose. I will come back to the chat in just a second. Let me keep at SS4. When I do my AWC, talk, a lot of what I'm like mumbling about will actually make some freaking sense. I promise. Okay. Anyways, woo! Devin has joined us. Hello, hello. Dark got coffee ready, brushed one of the cats, contemplated on my weird dream I had. So, despite running on only like a couple hours of sleep right now, don't worry, after the last stream, I'm going to go take a nappy nap. Or sleepy sleep. I did have some weird dreams. I'm not opposed to weird dreams. That's where 90% of my stories come from. However, weird dreams that deal with real life situations with like no fantasy or supernatural elements at all, those freak me out. And I'm just like, is this a premonition for how my day is going to go? Fudge nuggets. Okay. Devin is working on chapter 17 revisions while wait for water to heat for a cheap cappuccino. We have powdered cappuccino. And my husband and I have taken to the point where I don't drink coffee very often. You remember to rephrase that. I've never once ever made a pot of coffee for myself, ever. I haven't even turned the Keurig on to make myself a cup of coffee. But my husband adds all kinds of sugar and spices and stuff. He adds sugar, cinnamon, nutmeg. I don't know what all he adds to his coffee, his regular coffee, black coffee. And I will drink that shit up all day long if he makes it for me. And now he's at the point where we get this powdered cappuccino stuff from Sam's Club every once in a while. And he's gotten to the point where he's mixing cappuccino and cocoa together right now. And that shit is delicious. So I will drink that again if he makes it for me. I don't think I've ever made myself a cup of coffee ever. And I don't drink it. Like, it's not my preferred drink. And when I do drink coffee, I drink it black. So it's just really funny that you mentioned cheap cappuccino, because I'm like, would that wake me up if I go make myself a cappuccino? And then I'm like, no, that's too much work. I don't want to make myself a cappuccino. Says the person who got home at 3:00, set her alarm for 4:30, woke up because she went to go make her husband one of his usual cappuccino cocoa mixes to take with him to work before going back to sleep. It's my little love potion for him. I make him his coffee in the morning. Since it just runs in the Keurig, it takes like 5 minutes. I do that, then I go back to bed. And I'm like, love you, bye. Oh, goodness. Don't usually sleep deep enough to dream. It decided this would become an over-the-top manga-style romance story. Ooh. My sweet, shy roommate is secretly a big rock star. Sounds about right. I love it. I love the long anime title names. Powdered stuff. For regular coffee, I use half and half. Nice. Dark's over here with a cappuccino machine. Have to grind the... Man, you are fancy. I'm sitting here. I'm just like, if I didn't know any better, I'd be using the instant coffee. That's how much I drink coffee. Oh, goodness. I'm going to pause the timer. Oh, if I can find it. There it is. Pause. There we go. I like to pause it at the 3 so I can do my countdown. Let's see. Oh, StreamYard decided to scroll all the way back up to the conversation. Let's see. Use liquid protein shake, caramel sauce, and milk with it. See, that sounds delicious. But it also sounds like a lot of fucking work. I don't even like wiping down the Keurig machine. And we do have to actually clean our Keurig machine more often because of the fact that the water up here is hard water. And so it does leave like this white silt. It's not mold. It's just buildup of minerals. And so every once in a while we have to scrub our Keurig machine because it looks like crap, even though it's actually technically cleanish. It was my gift to myself when I got my first royalty check from Bella last year. Woot woot, that's awesome. Speaking of that, okay, royalty checks. For those of you who have received a royalty check, what did you spend your first royalty check on? Because I love that idea. Dark Project, you said you bought yourself a cappuccino machine. Check was only $11. That's not the point. Hey, okay. I have been published now for I've been indie published now for 4 years. I made $5 total last year. Across from January to December, I made $5. I am not going to sit here and bash your $11 Bella check at all, ever. I love it. I prep our coffee every night so it's ready when I wake up. See, that's the smart thing to do. I am not that smart. The Keurig is prepped. It's always filled. Basically, the rule is that if you use the Keurig, you better fill the back tank with water. I don't even remember what I used. So before I was indie published, I was with a small press before they closed their doors, and I did make a little bit more with them. No advances or anything like that. But I'm trying to think of how much my first royalty check was. I think it was like $25 max, but it was across like a quarter. It wasn't like a month. Because the way that company worked is they sent out their checks once a quarter. It was all part of the contract, don't worry. And I didn't mind it back then because I was still working full-time at the used bookstore. Devin spent first royalty check on Story Origin. Check out the beta feature. How did you like the beta feature? Because I haven't tried it yet. I have Story Origin. I literally only use Story Origin currently for my reader magnet. That's all I use it for currently. I would love to use it more for other things, but I don't have the time or energy to explore other things right now. Like, you get what you get from me right now. That's it. That's the extent of it. Till I can have more of this thing called time or have all my duckies in a row. This is what you get. Half alive and needs more sleep kind of thing. All right. That being said, I think Amazon. So Amazon has delayed payment. They do. Okay, so hold on. Amazon pays once a month, but so like I just got a notification email today that I will be getting a royalty probably of like 11 cents at the end of this month. And that's a payment from, because it's the payment you receive at the end of the month is for 2 months prior. So June's payment at the end of June is actually for April. So I will be getting April's royalties at the end of June. So it's not technically that you're getting paid for 3 months at a time. You're getting paid for 1 month at a time, but you get it 3 months later, basically. So yeah, all of April's royalties will be on the end of June's check. All of May's will be on the end of July's. June's will be on the end of August, so on and so forth. So basically, when I say my royalties from January, the royalties I made from January to December of last year actually covered November to October. Yes. Of the year prior. Or they're 2 months offset. There we go. I think that kind of made sense. Okay, leader. I don't know how to drop my magnet straight from Story Origin. Let me just drop my newsletter info because that's You don't have to stay signed up to the newsletter, but that's the only way I know how to do it. Plus, every once in a while, Story Origin breaks on my newsletter, and I don't know why. I haven't figured that out yet. Buggernauts, I can't think. What am I looking for? Newsletter. Yeah, there we go. Jesus. Can you tell I'm tired? Here's my newsletter sign up. Let me know if it doesn't work, because I've had a couple people complain lately that it wasn't working for them. And we don't know why, because on the back end of both the website and SendFox, which I use for my newsletters, it was working fine. It's gotten to the point where the other day I was so frustrated that I was just like, are newsletters even worth it right now? Like, ugh, I don't like this. So just let me know if it doesn't work, and I'll figure out another way to do stuff. Which actually my next newsletter is going to be talking about anyways, so it's fun. Oh, I'm glad you like newsletters. I actually like newsletters too. Not so much as making them as reading them. I really enjoy reading everyone's updates on their newsletters. It's like a condensed form of everything they're up to in one email, and I love that. Once fall hits, I'll be rolling in summer book money. Woo! Summer book money! So you figure out what to do with my Substack. Got a plan. I don't have a Substack. One of the things I debated was switching to Substack from SendFox. I do love SendFox. SendFox is free up to, I think, 1,000 subscribers or 5,000 subscribers. One of the two, either 1 or 5,000. And then after that, it's a one-time fee for every group of 1,000 subscribers. So if it's free up to 1,000, that means after your first 1,000, I think it's like $30 you pay for another 1,000. And then once you get 2,000, you pay another $30, and it's lifetime access. So anytime you drop, you don't have to pay again. It's really cool. I do like SendFox. However, they did build something into their system so that if someone unsubscribes from your newsletter, they cannot sign back up with that same email. They have to choose a different email. And part of the reason they did that was to combat the idea of people selling lists. Basically, you getting signed up for a list you didn't want to be on. It was their attack on that. That's not the right wording, but you get what I mean. To prevent that, that's what the system they put in place, is that if you unsubscribe for a newsletter that's sent through SendFox, SendFox will not sign you back up for that newsletter. Because they think that you unsubscribed because you were unwillingly put on that list. Yes, that is what a lot of people like about Substack, is that it counts as both a newsletter and a blog. And that's why some people are switching to it, plus the fact that you can get paid. And that's actually the reason I'm like, no thanks to it, because to me, a newsletter, you shouldn't be paying for newsletter information, and you shouldn't be paying for blog information. To me, both those things are free to your subscribers. That's the whole point. So I'm not going to judge anyone else for doing that, but at the same time, that's not something I'm interested in doing. And when I hear the word Substack, that's what I automatically think is like, they're getting paid to put out newsletter content or blog content. And again, don't mind, but just not for me. Most of my sales come from newsletters. That's awesome. I love that. I have like 30 subscribers to my newsletter. And every time I log into SendFox, it's like, only so many of these people are active. Do you want to send a new newsletter to your inactive subscribers? And I'm like, no, that's too much work. I use Substack for all call indie. Yeah, navigation throws me off, but it works for what I needed to. Yes, there you go. See? I have a sinking suspicion that if I use Substack, I will actually like it. Especially like if it can solve the problem that I've been having where people who sign up for my newsletter don't always actually sign up for my newsletter. Because the only time I'm hearing about it is from people I'm actually friends with, and they're like, we're having problems with this. And I'm like, great. So how many people who I'm not friends with have problems and don't reach out to me and just would be like, well, if it's this much work, fuck it. So, yeah. All right. Anyways, let me go set for our second sprint. We're here to do some writing or editing or planning or whatever it is you're working on today. We're gonna get this started. You don't have to work on this prompt. It's just there if you want to write, but don't know what you want to write about. Maybe it'll give you some inspiration. And we are going to start this sprint in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Kitty, 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 kitty. All right, that is time. Let me know how you did, what you did in the comments. I took a little longer to get back because I was counting the ebooks I purchased at yesterday's Stuff Your E-Reader event. I jumped around a lot of different things for this sprint. I wrote a few words, but not many. I decided really early on I'm not going to push myself to write words today. I got 135, which is fantastic. I love it. Oops, I'm not even on the right thingy. There it is. 135. Let me just update this real quick. 240 total. Okay. So for this quarter's 7-day book challenge, I set a goal to write the second and third story officially for the Sultry Solstices short story collection. And then I had like a broad reaching goal to write the fourth one as well. On day 1, I started and finished story number 2. I took a break on day 2, and then across day 3 and 4, I wrote and finished story number 3. And now I'm working on story number 4, but I'm not pushing myself because of the fact that after that first one, I gave myself that break. I am writing because I do have ideas, but at the same time, the ideas aren't flowing as quickly as they did with the first 2 stories. So I'm just like, meh, fuck it. Today will be a free for all day, and I'll just do other things here and there, which is what I've been doing. And that included the fact that I went and just counted all of the ebooks that I downloaded yesterday, which was a lot. And by a lot, I mean, I got 99. I got 99 books. That's a lot, even for me. And that's okay. I'm good with this. All right, let's see what everyone else did. There was some more conversation about newsletters. Devin posted a link to SD Houston's newsletter video, which is like 4 hours long, which is the only reason I haven't watched it yet, because I keep linking that link going, no thanks, not right now. Can't do it right now. I need to just break it up into chunks and be like, okay, I'm going to do about an hour today, hour this day, hour this day, hour this day. I haven't done it yet because it does look very informative, and I do need to watch it. Also, I do have copies of both Newsletter Ninja and Newsletter Ninja 2 on ebook. I thought I had them in paperback, but I'm looking at my shelf and I don't see them. I only have one shelf full of craft books, and it's almost full because I've been buying more craft books lately. But I don't have Newsletter Ninja, so I've got to fix that because I did enjoy Newsletter Ninja. I do have the second one, right? I'm not lying to everyone when I say that. Newsletter Ninja. Yes, I have both, and I've read both. Okay. I thought I had the second one. No, I have not read the second one. I have the second one, but I haven't read it. Okay, sorry. Let's see. Miss Swift is here. Hello. Thank you for cheering us on. We need all the cheering we can get, especially me because I'm super tired. Devin, I'm glad to see it worked for you because I knew you were going through this process of trying to sign up for the newsletter. And of course, I got an email from Story Origin that said the API was disconnected. And I'm like, motherfucker. Why do I keep going through this? I don't even have an API connected. I have a direct link. So I don't know what's going on there. But as long as you got a copy of it, we're good to go. Fun story. Cowboys and Dragons has 2 origins. And I don't have enough time to talk about them right now, even if I pause it. Just because I don't. So I'm going to finish reading these comments. We'll do the next sprint. Then I'll come back and do on the next break. Ha ha. That's the plan. Got about 100 words in. Awesome. Sci-fi horror short story. I love it. Made progress on chapter 17. You. Dark, you got 290. Go you. I love it. Oh, I'm sorry, Devin. If it makes you feel better, they do this once a quarter. It used to be they did it once a year for 3 days straight. Now they do it once a quarter, and it's 1 day each quarter. So it will be happening again in September. I don't think they've got the date announced yet, but they will be doing it in September. It might already be on the website for all I know, because they're pretty quick about updating that website. I have noticed that. The one thing I don't like about the website that I've noticed, and there was some talk about it in the live stream yesterday, is the fact that, and this is probably on the authors who are submitting their books, but sometimes it takes you to the paperback link instead of ebook link, at least for Amazon. I don't know how it works. It's got different Amazon links. It's got different links for like Kobo and other e-readers. It depends on what kind of e-reader you've got. It takes you to different pages. So that might be on the author submitting their book for the event. I don't know. Not my business. I don't have to care. I'm not submitting my book anytime soon. I don't have a book to submit anytime soon. So, but the other thing that irritated me is I know at least one of the books I paid for because I wasn't paying attention and it wasn't on sale. The way that event works is all the books that are submitted are supposed to be put on sale for the event. And thanks to time zones, sometimes it gets missed and there are books for sale versus for free. There was 2 books I was interested in that I saw that they weren't on the sale. And I was like, nope, we ain't buying those. Okay, I'm not that interested in them right now. It's not payday yet. I can't buy anything. That's why I'm liking this free event. Now, not for free, so you will go sample. Okay. But I think one of them did get me because I wasn't paying attention, and I think it was a 99-cent book, so it's fine. It's not that big a deal. My unread books on my Kindle. We're going to talk about unread books on Kindle. Hold on. Let me check mine because now I want to know. Since I've added all these new books. Okay, I'm proud of myself. Unread is 1,454. I have a total of 1,596 on my Kindle app. I have 145 samples, and that's after deleting a bunch because every quarter I try to go through and delete the ones that no longer interest me, or I've read them and I'm like, this is not the book for me, and I get rid of the sample. Or I read the sample, I bought the book, get rid of the sample. So that is a lot of books. I like how you put unread in quotations, so it makes me wonder how many you have total. I get fussy librarian emails daily with new freebies. Ooh. You are a book dragon, and I love it. I am here for all the book dragons. After adding those, I needed to know. Oh. I love the free events, especially if it's a series, because I can get the first book for free, read through it. And I will admit, a lot of the series I have purchased or read via Kindle Unlimited. I'm a very big proponent of Kindle Unlimited. I also have access to the Everand, which used to be Scribd app, and I use that a lot as well for audiobooks. So I have read a lot of books from the free events and then continued the series via either Everand or Kindle Unlimited. So I really do love the free book events because, especially for like series, it lets me get a taste of what the series is like, and then I can read the rest in either Kindle Unlimited or Everand. So I'm all for it. All right. So use Libby. I found out yesterday. So I took the kids to the library yesterday. We go every once in a while. My library back in 2020 waived library fees, and they have not put them back into place. So we tend to get like 20 books at a time and then just read through them all and return them whenever. I'm trying to get back on a schedule, which reminds me, I need to put that in my calendar so I know when those books are due. But yeah, let's just say it's been a hot minute since we went to the library, and every time we do, we get a whole bunch of books. And they all get read, every single one. Whether it's by me or one of the kids, someone reads them. I don't think a single book has ever left this house without getting read by someone. But I found out yesterday, I asked the librarian, because it's such a small town, I was like, hey, do you guys use Libby or Hoopla? And she was like, no. And I was like, okay, well, that makes sense. For it being such a small town, this is very much a town where everyone is set in old ways and very resistant to change, especially where technology is concerned. So that didn't surprise me, but at the same time, it's a little upsetting because I'm like, I have Libby and Hoopla downloaded onto my phone and I can't fucking use them. So yeah, that's fun. Anyways, Devin says my unread is 454, but I share a library with my sister and we have different tastes. Okay, that makes sense. Digital book dragon. Yes, the physical books are the most beloved, at least in my case, not my kids or my husband's taste. The ones that end up on my shelf to stay are the ones I will read forever and ever, or the ones I bought for myself and I keep because my kids will like them too, or my husband will like it too. That's the only books that are on my shelf. I only buy physical copies of ones that I love and will read over and over again. Manga is the only exception. My manga so far, most of it's like one and done kind of read, but at the same time, I want the mangas because I like the pretties. That's the only exception. And all my physical books must match if they're a part of a series, which is why that nonfiction book the other day, I was whining about it and venting and bitching because they don't match and it bothers me. I can pretend they're not part of the same series. That's the only thing that's helping. All right, let's do this next sprint. We keep chatting. We're supposed to be working. I'm not getting a lot of work done, but that's okay. I'm loving the chat. Here we go. Here's the next prompt for anyone who wants it. And we're going to get started in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. Let me know how you did, what you did in the comments. I got more words written. I got 694 words this sprint. I actually hit a good spot and just rolled with it. And I finished the chapter I was working on. So that's good. That means I finished the first chapter. Each of these stories has 9 chapters planned, with the first and last being from the male love interest point of view, and the middle 7 chapters being from the one of the sisters POVs. So I'm really enjoying that process. Excuse me. We have 3 sprints left, and then I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be jumping off shortly after that so that I can go take a longer nap, or actually sleep. Though I'm really proud of myself for actually working on anything right now, because I just cannot think. But at least I'm working on it. I can't complain too much. I'm getting things done. And I was sucked into socials again. Miss Swift started listening to a podcast. Awesome. I also like the pretties. I do not have a Kobo, so I can't even test that theory. When I was living in North Carolina, I did have a library card associated with there, and I tried to set up both Libby and Hoopla using that one, but either after so many years inactive, it deletes your account, or when they built the new library system and they transferred everything over, inactive accounts or accounts that weren't used for the longest time were closed down. I don't know. But even logging into the website, my library card doesn't work. So I'm thinking my account is closed, which is fine because I no longer live in North Carolina. But that also means I can't use it for the Libby or Hoopla app. So that sucks. I can't even try it to see if it would work. There's a Shonen Jump app. I'll have to admit, I don't know the different kinds of manga. So you can say shonen, and I know that means something, but I'm not positive what it means. I'm not even positive. I've got various series on that shelf, and I'm not even positive which. Is that a publishing company? Is Shonen a publishing company for manga? I think that's what it is. My brain is just not catching up with me today, guys. I am so sorry. Because I should know what that is, and I don't. And I don't know. Dark wrote another 100 words, setting up book funnel for re-members since it's live. Woo! I did not end up choosing book funnel because of the fact that as a user, at the time I was trying to decide which I was going to use. Book funnel, I was having difficulty from the reader perspective getting any books to download from book funnel. Like it would give me the option to do either the Kindle Mobi or PDF, and I would always choose Kindle Mobi, and it was just such a pain in the butt hassle to get the stories I was signing up for through book funnel to my devices that I was just like, when I went to the author side, I was like, I am not using book funnel. And that might be a me thing. I will fully admit that it might be a me thing, but I have not touched it since then. And you just mentioned that they added a book, audiobook functionality, which is awesome. I love that. And they have a mobile app. Ooh. I've heard of Viz, haven't used it. Lately I'm on a webtoon kick, and I've been reading like several webtoons. I'm reading through several webtoons using the daily passes, especially liking the ones that are completely free without the daily passes. I'm currently reading. Oops, let me pause the timer. Ishka, Shishka. We'll come back to you, kitty. I'm currently reading Let's Play on Webtoon. What else am I currently reading? Now I'm just going to go look at a Webtoon real quick. Now that Lore Olympus is finished, I'm gonna restart that one. I had been reading it for a while, but I got behind, and now that it's finished, I'm gonna go ahead and just smash through that as much as I can, as long as it's not under the daily pass thing. My Gently Raised Beast is what I like reading the ones that are complete, if you couldn't tell. My Gently Raised Beast is one I'm reading through right now using the daily pass and watching ads thing. Viz is the holder of Shonen. Okay, cool. Which explains why I've heard of them, but haven't actually read them. My Gently Raised Beast, Let's Play. I finished See You in My 19th Life the other day, last week. What else have I read recently? I follow the artist Godfather Alexander, who has recently started putting up some of their stuff on Webtoon. So I'm reading the Alpha and the Omega. Ooh, I love Under the Oak Tree. And I did see that it's a Kindle book series. I have been debating on getting it. I have definitely been debating on getting it. Shonen means male or masculine. Okay. Shonen Jump Star is a magazine back in the day. Is Shonen Jump the one that does like Naruto, Bleach, and those? Am I getting that right? Manta Comics app. Under the Oak Tree was why I was on Manta. Okay. Okay, let me just go to the website that you guys post the link to. That would be smart. Oh, okay, I've got to type it. It will let me. Viz.com. Helps if I just do one period. I probably have some Shonen Jump on my shelf. I fully admit that. Yep, they do Naruto. Okay, cool. Cool. One Piece. Love Demon Slayer, the anime. Sorry, getting off track. Okay, coming back to the conversation. Okay, let's see. Naruto, Bleach, Demon Slayer, My Hero Academia. Buy the books as they release, then binge the series. Yep. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and do another sprint. Jujutsu Kaisen, Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, JoJo, Chainsaw Man, One Piece. We're going to do another sprint, and I'm going to go look at my shelf and see which companies did the ones that I have like almost full series for. I have the box set of Ouran High School Host Club, and I've watched the full series multiple times, and I haven't finished the box set ever. I have the full box set. Haven't read all of it. Teen Male Leads, yeah. I've watched the anime of Demon Slayer, and my husband and I are currently, as our like date night kind of thing, we alternate between gaming and watching My Hero Academia right now. And I think we're on season 2 or 3 of My Hero Academia. Since we alternate on what we're doing for date nights, we haven't been getting through it very fast, and we've only watched like 1 or 2 episodes every time we do watch it. He is very much a Naruto and Bleach fan, and while I have never read or watched them, I know almost everything about the show and manga just from listening to him. Same thing with One Piece. It's like I know almost everything that happens in those 3 particular because of him. I feel like a hipster. I was into JoJo's Bizarre Adventure before it was cool. All right, we're gonna start this next spread. Let's go ahead and do this. Spread number 4 out of 6. I'm loving the chat though. I'm not gonna lie. Here we go, and we're gonna start. I'm gonna do a countdown and then just start the time from where it's at. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. Let me know how you did, what you did in the comments. I am finding a groove, working on this story, and I managed to write 565 words on that sprint. 565. 1499. All right, that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. It's not as many as that last sprint, but it's still I'm still working on stuff. Started on chapter 2. And I think I'm about halfway through chapter 2 right now. I feel like excuse me. Sorry. Okay. Ooh, in a planner group chat. Is this like a live stream planner group chat, or is this like a text-based planner group chat? Like I want to be nosy and find out. I love a good planner group chat. So this whole week I'm doing the 7-day book challenge, and next Monday, my stream is not going to be a regular productivity stream. I'll probably still do time sprints for whoever wants to write or do other things during the time. But I myself I'm going to be planning for the new quarter and setting up my goals and redoing this Kanban board and stuff. So like it's going to be a planning stream instead of a productivity stream for me. So Dark Project, 96 words, got all the sub goodies sent for Reem. Nice. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. There was some conversations during the sprint itself that I popped into about various mangas, omnibuses, graphic novels, all that fun jazz. Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. I am really tired. Okay. Ow, ow, ow. Already I can tell that this story is going to be different than the story I finished yesterday. Yesterday I was joking with my husband, and I told him that the first 2 stories in the series were like no spice. Like in the very first story, there is one kiss scene. It's at the very end. The second story, there's technically 2 kiss scenes, but even the one is like a very chaste kiss, a kiss on the cheek. And then at the very end, there's another kiss. It's a little more on the spicy side, but again, it's just a kiss. And then we get to story 3. And it goes straight full on monster fuckery. And I'm just like, wow, we went from 0 to 60 in like 5 seconds flat with this one. Woo! Great job, Skye. So yeah, and now I'm working on story 4. And I'm like, is this one? I don't think this one's gonna be spicy. This one's gonna go back to the no spice thing, which is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just like, that's a big difference in the stories. It works for the characters for that particular for yesterday's story, but it definitely matches their energy. But it's just like we got the first 2 stories, which are super sweet, and then we got the 4th story, which is looking like it's gonna be super sweet, and then we got that one, and it's like that's the outlier. I'm just like, okay. Miss Swift did some math during sprint while listening to podcasts because that's how I roll. That's how I roll. That's how I roll. I'm trying to make this horror anthology spice free from growing up in the late 90s, early 2000s. Horror and spice kind of smushed together to me. Okay. So my first foray into horror was when I was my daughter's age. I missed Goosebumps completely. Don't know how I bypassed Goosebumps. So I read, and by the time I actually got around to reading Goosebumps, I was like, these are childish. Like, I skipped it 100%. So my first foray into horror was the adult horror. And I found, I don't remember if I picked it up from like the library in their free book section, or at the school someone had left it behind. I'm not certain where I found this copy of this book, but the cover was what drew me in, and that is Dean Kootz's The Fun House. It was a blue cover with a carousel horse on the front. And that was what drew me in because I was still in my horse girl phase. I was still reading. If it had a horse in it, I was there. And I didn't realize looking at the cover that it was horror. I had never heard of Dean Koontz before. So I read The Fun House. And let me tell you, that was my first foray into horror. Yeah, that was probably not the best thing to start off with. And from there, I went to Fear Street, which was R.L. Stine's more young adult Goosebumps. So yeah, I went from 60 to 0. I went backwards. Um, so yeah, I've always seen horror with some spice in it from the very get-go. Mm. I have not. Have I read Clive Barker? Hold on. I gotta remember what Clive Barker writes. I am looking on the wrong thing. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Clive Barker. I feel I have not read Clive Barker yet. Yeah, Books of Blood. I have read Clive Barker. I've read Aberrat. I really loved Aberrat, but that is not horror, it's more fantasy. It's got some horror elements, but it's YA fantasy. And I picked that one up because the cover looks gorgeous and the artwork inside was gorgeous. And I think Clive Barker did the artwork. And I picked up a paperback with like the magazine pages, and because the illustrations were like heavily thick oil painting, I think. I don't remember. It was just a gorgeous book, and I loved it. And I never read any more in that series. Apparently, it's a trilogy. I only knew about 2 books. Apparently, a third one's been added. So I have read Clive Barker, but I haven't read Clive Barker's horror. That's why I was like, that name sounds familiar. I have Books of Blood on my wish list. Haven't read it. Stephen King, I've read a few, and I have not read Carrie yet. My introduction to Stephen King was Lisey's Story, and I love that story. It's my favorite Stephen King book. Of course, I have my shrine to Lovecraft with Cthulhu. I said on the stream yesterday, H.P. Lovecraft himself was a dick, but I do love his works. And so on my little shrine, it's a music stand for like music books. I've got my Necronomicon, my Cthulhu tarot deck, and my Necro Nom 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 cookbook. So I don't love Cthulhu. Cthulhu, no, I don't worship the elder gods. See, Carrie by Stephen King was my first big girl horror. Horror. But I started at Goosebumps, Fear Street, King and Koontz, and Lovecraft. Yep. Technically, I might have read Bunnicula. I have a copy of Bunnicula, but I don't think I've ever actually read through it because my daughter was reading it and she was telling me about some things that happened, and I was like, I do not remember that at all. So now I'm just be like, have I read Bunnicula? I don't know. I don't remember if I have or not. I think Funhouse was the only Dean Koontz book I've read. My sister was very much into the Odd Thomas books, and she has all of them and has read all of them. Only if I can sick Cthulhu on someone to induce madness, right? We're all mad here, though. Haven't read Wind in the Willows. Do I have Wind in the Willows? I don't think I have it. I have Christopher Pike's Remember Me. That was my YA obsession. I started with Pike's other series, The Last Vampire, I think it was called, which I thought was the coolest thing ever because it was vampires, but it was like it followed Indian mythology, and I mean like Indian Hinduism. I don't think it was Hinduism. It might have been Hinduism mythology. I can't remember. I was my kids' age when I read that.
So I read that series first, The Last Vampire first, and then I read Remember Me, which is pretty good. I actually bought a paperback copy of the first book in that series. I'm looking at my shelf to see what other horror is on there. When I was a later teenager, I was introduced to Cirque du Freak by Darren Shan. I like that. I've got the whole series of that now because the library during one of their library sales had the whole series, all the covers matched. So I went ahead and grabbed that. Okay, Wind in the Willows isn't meant to be horror, but the Fox Tech. Okay, I can see that. I don't think I have, because I'm not a huge horror fan, I don't have a lot of horror on my shelves. And as far as like reading horror, Stephen King, I can't get into his books. I can't. I don't know what it is about his books. I have read a lot of his books because of audiobooks. But as far as like reading ebooks or physical copies, I have never once been able to read any of them. I don't know why. Demon Seed by Dean Koontz is about a rogue AI. Ooh, I might have to check that out. Midnight and the Watchers as well. I might have to check those out. But it's like, let's see. Let me see my Audible app. Back when I had a subscription, what books by Stephen King have I read? Because I haven't read a lot. I clicked on my library. Why are we not going to my library? I don't want to go to my wish list. Oh, there we go. Audiobooks. They changed the app. Okay, King should be further down. I didn't realize my list was in order by author. Ha ha ha. I do want to read the Dark Tower series. I have not read it yet, though. Jordan, I now finally have all the books for the Wheel of Time series on audio, so I'm going to be listening to those soonish. I read Pet Sematary. Lacey's Story was my introduction to King. Christine, those are the ones I have. I feel like I've read more of his. I have Salem's Lot, but I haven't read it yet. I thought there were some other Stephen King ones I've read, but I don't see them on here. So apparently I haven't. Redwall series is my husband's favorite series, and we hunted down the entire series, making sure we got all the ones with the same artwork because we did. So we have that entire series, and I've read a few books in that series here and there. The first one I read from the Redwall series was not Redwall. It was the one about the fox. I don't remember which one it is. It's a later one. It's not the first like 2 or 3. I don't remember which one it is. Now I'm gonna have to go look because it's gonna bother me. In fact, actually, I read like 4 books from that series before I even read Redwall itself. Marl Fox, yes, that was it. That was my introduction to the Redwall series. Did not know that it was part of a series when I picked up that book because the way the cover art was done, it made it look like it was a standalone. I knew that author had more books. I just didn't realize they were all part of the same series. So yeah, Marl Fox was my introduction to Redwall series. And I read 4 books before I finally read Redwall itself. Salem's Lot was my first King book. That was mine. Mrs. Bribsby and the Rats of Nim. I still have not read that. I've not read Watership Down. Haven't watched the movie either. My kids have watched it and loved the movie, which is saying a lot about my kids. I don't know how I feel about that. My first official Koontz was Watchers and Twilight Eyes. But turned out I read Twilight, aka Servants of Twilight, which he wrote under a pen name. Oh, okay. See, I didn't realize Koontz had a pen name, not bed name. Jesus. All right. We're about to hit the next sprint. I'm going to go ahead and put up the banner. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1.
All right, that's time. Let me know how you did, what you did in the comments. I wrote 737 words during that sprint. I'm that's the most words I've written on this stream so far, and I am definitely hitting a place where I'm like, the words are flowing, the project's going, it's moving, I'm liking it, which is the best part. I've been really enjoying each of these stories. The personalities of the 7 sisters so far have all been different, and this particular one is a grumpy sunshine, and I'm just like, I'm in love with it. And the main character's name, the Sunny character, her name is Sunny, so it's perfect, and I'm just loving it. Let's see. Devin is lurking but still chatting about Q3 goals. Are you streaming right now, or are you on someone else's stream? Or are you chatting like in a group chat outside of YouTube? Like, I'm curious and I want to know. I'm nosy, Devin. Like, is there a stream that's going on talking about Q3 goals that I don't know about that's happening? Like, are you watching SK? Are you watching Stephanie talk about goal setting? I just went to my subscription list. Demon, no, I'm not getting notifications from YouTube when people start streaming. Miss Swift did more math and is podcast listening. What kind of math are you doing? Is this for something specific, or are you doing like working on a class? I want to know. I'm nosy. Dark is working on the short. Got about 200 more words. More coffee. Telling myself that we cannot scrump the big, tall, black rabbit on throw. Supposed to be scary, not jumpable. Boing, boing. Oh, goodness. I'm definitely hitting more my stride now. Budging for writing projects. I recently started watching someone. I don't remember their actual name, but their channel is called... Oh, I gotta go to my history because I watched one of their videos last night. Where is it at? Release the Word Kraken. I don't remember her actual name, but I just recently started watching her videos, and she's been doing envelope cash stuffing to budget for writing for publishing, and I'm like, oh, that is brilliant. I bought myself a cash envelope stuffing notebook and a bunch of cash envelopes last year because I wanted to do that. I wanted to start doing the cash envelope system for like fun stuff, like the fact that I like to get my nails done every once in a while because it helps me not chew on them or rip them off. I mean, I bite them and then I rip them off. It helps with that so that I don't do that. And then I like to get my hair done. So like I'm still got more to do before we get to the silvery gray blue that I want. I got one more session. Hopefully we'll get there with the next session. But like I wanted to be able to cash stuff to budget for that kind of stuff. And then she started talking about doing that for her publishing business. And I was like, this is brilliant. And I'm going to do this. She does a lot of budgeting things. Because of the fact that I watch cash stuffing videos and YouTube videos or AuthorTube videos, her stuff just started getting recommended to me. And I'm like, where was this like a year ago? I needed this a year ago. And I've been really enjoying watching her videos. Now I've got to put her stuff on a playlist to watch back through because I want to see some of her older videos. I've just been watching I've only seen 3 or 4 of her videos and they've been the newest ones. And the one I watched last night was year 1 of cash stuffing review. Oh, hold on. Let me pause the cat. I watched her year 1 of cash stuffing review and I had so many thoughts and I need to make a comment because I was listening to it while I was working, but I had so many thoughts that I was like, I can't type these comments. I'm trying to work.
Try to clean these rooms. Dost thou have a link? Dost thou does. Do you want a link to her channel or do you want a link to that specific video? Because I can do both. I'll just share a link to the video and then from there you can click on her channel itself. This was the video I watched or listened to. I keep saying watched as if I watched it. I did not watch it. I listened to it last night. There's this video. And then from there you can find her channel. But I thought this was brilliant and I have so many thoughts that I'm just going to do I'm either going to do a live stream where I do a response video or I'm going to film a response video. Because I had so many thoughts on this that I was like, this is too much just to type. I'm going to write her an entire novel if I type up all my thoughts. But I loved it. It's one of my favorite videos currently. And I'm going to go back and rewatch it probably a couple more times and take notes just because of how much information she had in that video. And she was just talking about her own experiences with cash stuffing. But it was such a cool concept because, again, I've heard of cash stuffing. I've been trying to attempt it. I was doing really well with the cash stuffing until we had all the vehicle stuff happen this year, one right after the other. We had the engine flood on the car. We had the drive shaft break on the truck. And then the engine blew on the car. Now we're trying to save up for a new vehicle because the truck is technically not ours. It's caught up in the probate of this entire property. And essentially what it comes down to is if the stuff with the probate goes south, we don't have a vehicle. So all of my funds that had been in the cash stuffing and I'd been saving up for other things has now gone into the emergency buy a car now fund. So that's great. But her video was just so well thought out and she had so much stuff that she talked about. I was just like, yes. Oh no. Starting a new job on Monday, just learned the landlord's raising the rent. Yeah. I feel that. I had to dump $800 to the car. So when we got our tax refund, I had purposely set aside $1,500 because the car was not running well. We knew it wasn't running well. And the plan was to take it to the shop. Took it to the shop. Oh, I missed one of the things that went wrong with the car too. We had it actually towed to the shop because late last year before winter officially hit, we had something go wrong with the car where it sounded like it was roaring whenever we drove it. And at one point we live up above one side of the valley, and to get to town, we have to go dip down into the valley and then up a steep hill to get out of the valley. And one time I was driving into town and I was going out of the valley and I had my foot pressed all the way to the floor on the gas pedal. We were going 35 and the RPMs were up in the very edge of the 8,000 RPM area, and I was not getting any get up and go juice. So that was when we found out we had flooded the engine. But then we had everything happen with the truck and the drive shaft and had to replace the drive shaft. So we sank some of the refund money that we had set aside for vehicle expenses into that. And then I was actually driving to Great Falls in the car after we found out the engine had flooded and was actually fine. Get on the way there, and then all of a sudden the car starts shaking and vibrating. I took it straight to the shop and I was like, I don't know what's wrong with it. It's vibrating. Something's wrong with it. Please fix it. Turned out the wheel bearing had gone out. The wheel bearing we just fixed last year had gone out, was not covered under any kind of warranty, so we had to pay another $1,000 for that. And then not even 2 months after that problem was fixed, the engine blew. So all in all, this year, we have sank about $3,000 into both vehicles, only to have the car engine blow. And our options are to pay almost $8,000 for a new engine, plus labor, or save up and buy a new vehicle, period. So to say that we wasted money on a car that we cannot drive sucks so much. And the car was fully paid off. We paid it off year before. either 2020, either late 2022 or early 2023, made our final payments on the car. So it was finally paid off. And now we can't drive it. It's sitting at the dealership still. Like, my husband wants to replace the engine on it. And I was like, okay, just have them tow it to our house and it will sit here until we can afford to fix it. If that's what you want to do, really. Yeah, I am saving up for a new vehicle, new to us vehicle. He was telling me about the fact that there was a vehicle place in about 30 minutes away that has vehicles for sale. And we're probably going to be doing that. It just sucks because I've already sank so much money into them that I wasn't prepared to sink into them. By the way, hi, Eva. You just joined the chat. Yeah, I had to dump $800 into my car earlier this month and still in the hole. I feel that. I definitely had a kind of meltdown last week when it finally clicked. We have no vehicle. We are using a vehicle. We have no vehicle. So if something happens to this truck, which is not ours, we're fucked. Hey, Devin, welcome back. Are you okay? So I asked this earlier and I think you were already disappeared out of the chat. Are you, you keep mentioning a planning live stream. Are you watching the Stephanie's live stream? SK Durbis, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Is that the live stream you're watching right now? Since you're back and I can ask that question. We are a one-car family. I don't work out of the house. I want a car. That's why it works that my husband and I are on opposite shifts, that I work nights and he works mornings, because I get off work, come home, and he takes the car to work. We work at the same place, just in different areas. And anytime I do need the vehicle for the day, like tomorrow, I'm going to be stealing the vehicle. So I will get off work tomorrow morning, and I will pick him up, take him to work, and then I'll keep the vehicle. If we lived in town, honestly, I would probably never drive to work. Not even in the winter when it was like blizzarding outside. I would probably just walk. But we live 15 minutes out of town. Walking is not happening. It would take me several hours to get there. Okay, yes, Stephanie's channel. Okay, I just subscribed to her channel the other day. I think you guys were talking about her in one of Shannon's streams, and I was like, "Ooh, new person to follow." I'll have to go watch her live stream after I get some sleep. Old car was 21 years old, so it went new to me car. Nice. Okay. Someone ran into the one car yesterday. Ooh, no. Oh, that's right. You mentioned that. I'm glad to hear everyone was okay, but it sucks that you are the car still opens. Okay, I'm glad the car is okay. It still runs. Are you guys still able to use it? That's my question, Eva. I remember you mentioning that yesterday. I've considered getting an evening job, but I'd rather push myself to edit and write and earn that way. Thank you. I love this hoodie too. It's so soft. All right, we're going to start our next sprint. I like finding all the tiny author tubers since I'm starting this channel at 0. Nice. I do have a link in the description to the AuthorTube playlist that allows you to see like who's streaming when, and it's got a very, very extensively long list of author tubers and booktubers. I love the work that Kat and them have done on this playlist. Don't get me wrong, but I do wish that it was kind of separated, like booktubers versus author tubers. And I realize there's a lot of crossover, and that's why this list is not separated. It's just because the list is so long, I do wish it was separated. But that's a me thing, and that's my own personal problem, and I will get over it. And now that I'm finding and subscribing to all these new people too, YouTube is like, oh, she might like such and such person. And now it's recommending me all these new people to me. And I'm just like, yeah. Accident didn't affect the usefulness. Okay, I'm glad that you guys can still use the car, especially since it's your only vehicle. Because part of my meltdown was the fact that if something happens to this vehicle, we are literally fucked because we have no other way to get to and from work. And we will have to suck it up and try to rent a hotel room or something in town. There are no available apartments or anything like that in town that we could stay at that they allow pets, but they only allow like 1 or 2. And we have 3 dogs and 3 cats. And one of our dogs is very large. Ogre is huge. There's an event that starts later today. Is the Storyteller Hearth this weekend? I thought it was next weekend. Do I have my dates wrong? I think I have my dates wrong. Oh yeah, Storyteller's Hearth starts today at like 6 p.m. ish, roundabouts. I am not hosting a stream for that, but I am going to be jumping into as many streams as I can over the weekend, starting tomorrow. And then writer Sam Wicker is doing Breaking the Block, the chat on Sunday, and I actually have to change my live stream time because I have my live stream running at the same time, but I want to be on the Breaking the Block, so I got to change some streaming times. So yeah, I'm going to be checking out that to find more people too, because I love subscribing to other people's. AWC is next weekend. Yeah, that's what I was confusing. I was switching the two. And I knew that AWC wasn't this weekend, but for some reason I added an extra weekend onto June, even though I knew there wasn't an extra weekend onto June. So I was thinking Storyteller's Hearth was next weekend, and then the weekend after was AWC. I keep thinking I have 2 full weeks before AWC when I really only have 1. Anyways, okay, I keep chatting instead of doing the sprint. We are going to do this last sprint, then we can chat as much as we want. All right, here we go. Here's the final prompt for anyone who wants to write, doesn't know what they want to write about. Maybe this will inspire you. And we are going to start this last sprint in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that's time. That was the last sprint that we were going to do today. How did you all do? Let me know in the comments below. I got 577 words for a total of 2,813 for the stream today. And for this story. Did I say 2,813? 13. I love it when I look away and I suddenly forget what number I literally just said. I feel like my word counts are the silence from Doctor Who. You don't look at them for a second and they disappear. All right. Dark Project got 265 words. Should be able to keep the story under 5K, I hope. Yes, I have faith in you. You've got this. You can do it. Is this the one you're submitting to an anthology? Horror? Sci-fi horror anthology? Horror anthology? Sci-fi anthology? Mixture? Neither? Anthology? Miss Swift podcast just finished. The sprint ended. Nice. That's what I call like perfection. Eva tidied a few areas, refilled tea. The guy is heading home for lunch or with lunch. God, I would love some food right now. A few more graphics students, some web pages to finish. July, I hope to write again. There you go. Doing a collection of just my own things, but they'll be interlinked. Nice. I will eventually finish all of the collections. These short stories are technically part of a collection. I've finished 3 of the 7 now, and with how smooth this is going, Scrivener does not like the word scooch. He keeps trying to tell me I'm trying to spell scorch, smooch, or scotch. That's not what I said, Scrivener. Learn the words, okay? I even Googled it to make sure I was spelling it right. Storyteller Hearth. Let me see if I can have the link for that. That's the closing. There's the opening. Let me see if I'm just going to grab that link real quick. Or not. All right. The June weekend playlist. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I was like, where is the June playlist? What am I looking for? I don't even know anymore. There you go. There is the link for the Storyteller's Hearth playlist for the weekend. I'm going to have to double check and make sure I'm subscribed to all of the people in the Storyteller's Hearth. I saw the announcement for Storyteller's Hearth back in May, but I didn't get a chance to actually watch the live stream until like 2 weeks ago. So I missed the chance to actually be a host for this time. I'm hoping next time when they do it again, I'll be able to be a host. We'll see how it goes though. Let's see. Eva is going to do a 24-hour challenge. Are you doing the did anyone do the 24-hour novel challenge that was last weekend? I think it was the 15th to the 17th. I remember hearing about it on Kate Kavanaugh's channel, and I was just curious if anyone took part in it. I was originally going to, but then there was a lot of 4-H things going on that weekend, and I was like, well, there goes my plans. 3-day challenge. What's the 3-day challenge? 7-day challenge. Woo! The next 7-day challenge that I'm hosting is going to be the 3rd week of September. So it is September. I used to know off the top of my head, and I don't remember. 1, 2, 3, 16th through the 22nd. I knew it was close to like the dates were similar to this week. All in July. Oh, you're doing all of those challenges in July? Will I succeed? No, but I'm hoping to try them and make reels with the content. There you go. Got 3 finished, 2 running, hoping to add a few more to round the thing out around 100K right now. It's 35K. Nice. I didn't do that challenge, but I'm going to mimic it on my own timetable in July. Let me know what dates you're doing that, Eva, because other than if it's as long as it's not fair weekend, which is the 17th through the 21st. Fair is pretty much the only thing major I've got planned that I have to do. And I even pre-planned it. I'm not doing writing. I'm not doing live streams. I'm not doing Instagram content. I'll be putting up like a hiatus post right before fair starts, just because like I don't want to do anything but focus on fair when that happens, because the girls are participating in so many things. Like my youngest has 11 or 12 interviews for robotics alone. She did her robotics program, but like each little thing that she did in robotics has its own interview. And I don't know if they're going to cluster them together or if we're literally going to be sitting there for like hours at a time while she does one interview after the other. I don't know how that's going to work. But yeah, she signed up for like 11 or 12 interviews for just robotics alone. And she's the one with the most projects. So I was looking at her the other day. I was like, kid, you do realize like we're going to be there all day because you have 17 interviews across all of your projects. And she was like, I know. I'm like, okay, long as you know. And that was part of my decision. And like, I am not doing anything that weekend. From the 17th to the 21st, I will be unavailable for anything writing related. I'll tag along with whatever works for you. I can make my schedule work for me in July so far. Yeah, that's legit the only thing I have officially planned. Otherwise, I'm easy. Like everyone's out here. I hear people all the time talking about like July 4th and what they're planning. And I'm like, you want to know what my plans are for July 4th? I'm going to sit here, hope my husband gets a wild hair up his ass and decides he wants to grill some steaks on the grill. But otherwise, I'm going to be writing all day. That's my plan. I do not really celebrate the 4th anymore. Every once in a while, someone will invite us out to do stuff, and we may or may not join them. We live right above the river. You would think we would go down to the campgrounds and grill. Nope. Nope. No, we don't. We just stay here. Do nothing. That might change this year. The kids are asking if they can go down to the river. So we might, but I can still write down there. So, meh. Four, 5, 6. I'm game. We don't travel on holidays. Not. 4th is my ex-husband's birthday, so nope. Let's do 5, 6, 7 then. Let's do 5, 6, 7 because while I work Fridays, I have Saturdays and Sundays off, and I can definitely do stuff on the weekend. So yeah, let's plan for. Need a pen and sticky notes. Which one? What are we doing then? I already forgot what we're going to be doing. Which challenge are we doing? The 3-day challenge or the 24-hour challenge? I'm game for either one. I'm game for anything. So just let me know what you want to do. The 24-hour novel challenge. Okay. 24-hour novel challenge, I think is what it's called. Well, that means I have to actually pick a novel project. I'll have to go look up the rules for that challenge. Both. I'll have to go look up the rules for the 24-hour novel challenge because I think it works kind of like NaNoWriMo in 24 hours in the fact that they want you to start a brand new project. Eva, what's the best way to contact you? Instagram, Facebook, something else entirely, Discord? Because that way I can look up the rules and we can chat outside the live stream and we can make plans and finalize things and all that jazz. I have no projects planned for any of these things. Nice. Since I did Sultry Solstices for this 7-day book challenge, I was thinking this morning as I was kind of waking up. Okay. That's my name on FB. The page itself is private, but just send a friend request. I'll probably approve it. I generally do. Through your auth page. Okay, I'll find it. I will find it. Do. But thoughts were derailed. Wow. I was in the middle of saying something when I read your message. Fudge. I don't even remember what I was saying. Anyway, whatever it was, it's gone now. Like, I have no memory of it at all. Okay. But yeah. Also send a request. Yay! I no longer have a planned projects list. And this is one of the things I'll be going over on my live stream on Monday. Monday, I'm doing instead of doing my usual like writing productivity stream, I'm actually going to be turning it, at least for me personally, into a planning stream. So Monday's stream at 9 a.m. Mountain Time, 11 a.m. Eastern is going to be a planning stream for me because I plan on redoing my whole Kanban board. Let's see. And I'm not, except for challenges, I'm not. Oh, that's what I was talking about. So for this 7-day book challenge, I worked on the Sultry Solstices short stories. And I think for the next one in September, I'm going to work on the Monstrous Mates. Both series somehow ended up with 7 stories apiece. Both were originally supposed to only have 3 apiece total. However, the Monstrous Mates stories are like 12 to 15,000 words versus the Sultry Solstices are like 10K words. So they're much easier and faster to knock out. So I'll be able to knock out less of them on the next challenge versus this challenge. I'm thinking I'm going to knock out. I've already knocked out 2. I'm hoping I can get a 3rd one and maybe I can squeeze in a 4th one. So yeah. Need a rocket. Oh, I already read that one. You gonna do the challenge with us? Maybe work 2 of those days, but I can work on it. I think the rules with the 24-hour novel challenge was as long as it was 24 hours total within the time frame, not that you have to stay awake for 24 hours, because I can tell you this right now. I am beyond the days where I can stay awake for 24 hours to work on something. My brain will be mush. It's not going to happen. I need some sleepy sleeps. I am clicking my pen, not doing a thumbs up. Whatever. I have work in progress that I want to finish, but I may start new stories. Question mark? 8 a day for 3 days. Okay, I can deal with that. That I can do. We'll invite others to join us on Sunday. Do we want to do like do we want to create like a sign-up sheet, like a Google spreadsheet sign-up sheet? Kind of like I have for the 7-day book challenge. I can show you the one I do for the 7-day book challenge. Let me just open that up and share that real quick. Present, share screen, this screen, this screen. So like I created this page with like all the rules, the dates and all that fun jazz, what you can work on and how to fill out the sheets at the bottom. So I have this, I started this in September 2023. And so like June's, you put your name, your pen name, your author profile link, your project title, what kind of project it is, word count, and then you can put in your daily word counts. And then I have math calculations and fun jazz. Do we want to create like a sign up sheet? Oh, it didn't even show it very big. Hold on. Very good. Do we want to do something like that for the 24-hour novel challenge? If you want to take that on. I'll basically just copy this over and change all this information. It'll take me like 5 seconds if I just copy this straight over and then change the days to like sprints. And I'll put like multiple sprints. I don't know how many we could do. Or I can just have it set up so that it has a singular word count for like each of the days, like day 1, 2, and 3 for the 5th, 6th, and 7th. That might be easier. That's what I'll do. But yeah, I'll create something like this. I'll just copy this and make it for the 24-hour novel challenge. Let me make a note of that. Do-da, do-da. Let me make a note of that. Do-da-do-da day. I cannot spell. one singing. Boop. Okay. Accountability. Woo! I am not as organized as you think I am, but I am getting better about it. I'm getting there. I'm not quite there yet. I am closer now than I have been ever in the past. But I'm glad that you think that I'm on top of my shit. Fake it till you make it, baby. At least I'm making it look like I know what I'm doing. Alrighty. Okay, so let me make sure I didn't miss any other comments real quick. Jinx. You're faking it while making it. Jinx. I saw the jinx, but I missed the other comment. All right, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up because we have been streaming for 4 hours now because I did a lot of chit chat in today's stream. I have loved all the chit chat. This is why I started streaming again, was because I loved the interaction of in real life conversations. But yeah, we've chatted about so many things and I'm now fully awake. So I don't know if sleep's going to happen now. I need the sleep. Sleep needs to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen. I also want to write more. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and take off. I will be back tomorrow morning for another live stream. I need to double check when the breaking the block is happening because that's happening, I think, Sunday morning. And I do need to shift my live stream to after breaking the block because I want to do breaking the block. So yeah. Thank you all for joining me today. I'll be doing day 6's live stream tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Mountain Time, 10 a.m. Eastern. And I hope to see everyone then for some more conversations and writing and productivity and all the fun jazz stuff. So yeah, anyways, I'm going to end this now because I'm not talking too much. Bye, everyone.